me. This window, there we go. A Voodoo Vince, baby. I'm putting my capture card, graphics card. Look like it's speed streams a bit better. Like fuck. Before I go, let's just see if I have enough space for recording. I should be good. Alright, there we go. Why should this up on my end?
I don't want to play fetch anymore.
It's very scary, no music. Two more. That is very complete.
little fool. My monsters are in charge of Brusque Manor now. Good luck getting out of here alive. I mean, bad luck. Bad... You little doll guy.
Some architect was very cruel. This room can be rotated to open passages and staircases. Each floor can be turned with one of the small buttons on the floor.
Don't these things usually make noise? Hey, you! Where you going? Try to keep me alive this time.
Title screen.
I'm still here?
That's what I thought.
Ah!
Hello, I'm Dolly.
Of course you are.
Will you be my friend?
I'm a little busy right now. I'm looking for my boss. Sturdy, magical lady wearing a whole lot of rope.
Oh, you must mean Madame Charmaine.
You know her? You know where she is?
Sure, they took her to the Carnival de Prave. I can show you how to get there, but could you get rid of the scary monsters upstairs for me first?
How about you show me the way to the Carnival de Prave, and then I look into your little monster infestation?
No deal, short stuff. I mean, fair is fair. Take care of all the monsters on the second floor, and then I'll help you.
Okay, I'll look into it. Why do I always get roped into these things?
My hero.
Right, whatever.
He slipped off.
Well, that was restful.
Welcome in, Blade Dancer. That is completed. Well, hopefully he comes back for me. Okay, so he comes around. So close. I don't mind dying. Fun is completely wrong, but I do not care. you're right. There we go. It's now retro and not Pokemon. Yeah, it can only put everything together myself properly. So I can have the right category.
The afterlife was really short.
House where I go. Leave this area. Wait, I am now out. So I think stairs are not active. Up there is just more.
Many of Cosmo's monsters have taken up residence on this floor. Observe where they come from. Use your powers wisely, and this place will be peaceful once again.
What's this one?
Where does it all go? The afterlife was really short. Ooh, shiny.
How does it open? Oh, come on. That's gonna be the game over.
Some lovely parting gifts. Try to keep me alive this time. Where does it all go? Dead monster smell.
Voodoo Vince. I gotta fix this. Here it is.
Ooh, you're in the Brusque Manor?
Yeah, I'm finally finishing this game after like maybe almost half a year or so. Yeah. I mean, I am in the final section. Based off how the map is laid out. Alright, it's this through. I mean, I've done this before. I mean, like, it's fine. It does have some, like, annoying little spots.
That's right, that's how you found the T-poles and vents.
Yeah, the area after this, like, after the, outside is where I'm mostly blind on.
The afterlife was really short.
Still in here?
He should be. The game hasn't really been, like, fixed.
I'm gonna do this
I
whole
smell
thing again.
tacos.
I'm right here. One heart. Yeah, not surprised.
Oh my god. Wait, did you say that was your last life? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Fun stage, at least.
Yeah.
At least I think it's fun.
I mean, it's just a hallway and I cleared out everything, so.
Oh, they're actually polite to you.
Yeah.
They're polite to you in Remastered. Actually, I don't remember if the original version did the same thing, but I think they were a little less polite. Maybe I'm just remembering incorrectly.
Who knows? At some point I'll buy an actual copy and play through it, physically.
Yeah, it's like your best bet to play the original right now because the Zemu version is still... It got worse.
Oh no.
It, because I did play through the whole version, obviously, while it was, like, still awful and Vince was invisible, like, 90% of the time. But, now you can't even get past the first room, like, in the first stage.
Oh my god.
Because, you know, in the back stoop, like, when they're introducing you to, the Voodoo icon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that cutscene is where the game crashes and you cannot do anything about it. It used to, again, you used to play the whole game fine. Well, I say fine in quotations. It was awful. It was an awful experience, but, like, I played the game a million times, so it didn't bother me too much. But, yeah, no, it somehow managed to get worse to the point where, yeah, you can't even play the first stage now. You can't get past there. So, and Vince is still incredibly, like, he keeps on flickering in and out, and he's invisible, so, I mean, nothing really
Wait, there he is.
There he is. He is right there.
Let me make this large.
I don't think anything updated for the Zemu. either. I'm like keeping a good eyeball on the server to see if there's any changes made.
God damn it, this fucking troll came through.
These will require more strategy than the eggs in the hole.
Trophy
You
Room
need to
has my
find
heart.
some
I do love the
ammunition.
music in this one.
Looks like quite a party. Well, time to send these guys packing.
Gonna be here a while.
I'm flying! I'm flying!
So I gotta fly through and hit the eggs or something.
You have the right idea. I'll say that. Spinny boy.
Like always.
Yeah, you always gotta like really like take a hot guess pretty much.
And like
But
overshoot
you always
it.
want to aim higher than you think you should be.
I'm flying! I'm flying!
Yeah, what are you doing? Get down from the height.
Giddy.
You're making a mess.
What's the cat doing?
Fucking shit there. I knocked over my Sonic set. Oh no.
What did your cat do?
Knocked out a bunch of stuff and knocked down my 4-inch Sonic 2 movie figure set.
Oh no. Did you get the Wave 2 figures?
No, I only went to GameStop earlier just to grab the Pokemon stuff.
Ah. I always found the Wave 2 figures a little strange. Again, I do have Knuckles, but that was also before I found the regular Knuckles. I
Yeah.
found the regular Knuckles afterwards, and I did pick up. Now I have both Knuckles. I have Wave 1 and Wave 2 Knuckles.
I didn't realize there was a Wave 2 once I said the message. I'm like, oh hey, you have a map.
Yeah, so there's the Wave 2. So the difference with Wave 1 and Wave 2, I think you can already notice that, like, at least Sonic and Knuckles, like, they have a different paint job. They do have, like, the electric power kind of on them. I think it looks a little goofy if you have to ask me, but, you know, it's something different, I guess. Obviously, the items are all different. Tails has a hat. Tails has, like, his, pilot hat. I think it's just that. And then, like, oh my god, what else did Tails come with? Tails came with something else. I forget what else he came with, though.
I believe it was his, like, computer pad thing. It's like his iPad.
His little iPad. It might have been. And then, yeah, Supersonic was also in the Wave as well, but I have found every single figure from Wave 2 except Supersonic, so, I don't know. I want to find him, but he seems to be impossible.
Yeah.
I think he comes with the Master Emerald.
I believe he does. That's like, I saw him, I'm like, oh hey, that's cool. I'll take a photo. Maybe it's in the Brady Ryu. TNT, oh yeah, right. At least
I would love to find a Supersonic though, but yeah, it's incredibly hard to find. The other three though, easy.
Yeah, my
Our GameStop always has Pilot Tails in stock.
They only had Sonic and Knuckles at my GameStop.
I've been
Nobody
debating
else.
picking up Sonic too, but I don't know. Again, I find the paint job on him's a little goofy. But I guess at the same time, how do you distribute their like electricity on a figure? other than painting it on.
Yeah, I didn't realize Knuckles had like the electric stuff on them until I had to properly look at them. You mentioned
They
it.
look veiny!
Yeah, I think they also had snowboarding Sonic there, maybe. I forget. Oh, god damn it. I've not seen that one so far.
The Voodoo power?
Yeah, the tub one.
Yeah, there's like, I think, over 30 Voodoo power things to look at.
Achievements. I don't look at achievements. There we go. I'm close to getting all of them.
Getting all of the achievements for Voodoo Vince is actually not that hard at all. Some of them just take longer than others, and that's about it.
Yeah, some of these are like, oh yeah, don't use the voodoo powers or whatnot.
I would say that killing like I think it's like 1,000 enemies with the voodoo power is one of them. I would say would take long, but there's an easy way to grind it out at the same time. So I would say that was honestly one of the quicker quote unquote long ones.
Yeah, it's like this room would probably be like one of the better areas it is for how much stuff spawns.
This room, but there's also another room later on that would honestly be the best grinder for it. Because there is one specific area in the game that is perfect for grinding out that achievement. But you're not even there yet.
Falling down.
Finding like a perfect spot to do like the head slam from like a certain amount of feet above ground also was a hard one to find. Honestly, I think that one took me the longest trying to figure that one out.
You can have 2 out at a time. That blows. Anyways. When it says that it's giving my Xbox more of a use than it never gets. Oh.
Your poor Xbox.
You're collecting dust most of the time.
I mean, my Xbox downstairs has been collecting dust for years, so...
I mean, it's also I don't feel that bad. I bought my Xbox for like $25.
I'm flying, I'm flying!
Damn, 25?
Yeah, some kid was selling it on Kijiji for $25 without any of like the cords and stuff.
Damn, was it an original Xbox?
It's the Xbox One like base launch model.
What? Oh my god, for 25?
Yeah.
I'm flying, I'm
That's
flying!
fucking nuts. Like, I can imagine an Xbox original for 25, but not an Xbox One of any model.
Yeah, I'm like, I sold my Xbox One originally to my friend so I can buy Yokai Watch 4 back in the day. And I'm like, and more recently I'm like, I wish I had an Xbox game to play like Halo Infinite and some other games properly. When I'd just been looking through Kijiji for like a week or so, and I found the one I currently have.
My god, I'm like actually impressed. How the fuck did you score that good?
Dumb kid.
Dumb kid, for sure. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it's like I spent maybe like a 25, actually 25 at most, just to get a battery bank or just like the power bank so I can properly use it. It's nice to have this thing again. Although I gotta get new controllers sooner or later. The one I'm currently using for Voodoo Vince is Fall 'Em Apart.
I'm flying, I'm flying!
Too high, too high! Damn it.
sometimes I think about how, like, Xbox genuinely cursed me. Just because we had a GameCube before I can play video games, and then my dad sold it for an Xbox, so I grew up with the Xbox and not a GameCube because, yeah, it was sold for an Xbox. But to be fair, I did grow up with this game, so whatever, W.
Yeah, it's
and then
like...
I almost got an Xbox One for Christmas until my parents decided that, nah, she wouldn't be playing the Xbox anyway. She's just gonna play Voodoo Vince and that's it.
And like the Xbox One itself, it isn't that bad. Like, especially now since you have stuff like Rare Replay and a whole bunch of other doodads.
I would have killed to play Rare Replay. That was one of the games that I know I would have played if I had an Xbox One. Again, it was in our house. We had one. I didn't play it though. I never even got it out of the box because it was hidden for Christmas until my parents returned it because they're like, nah, she just played Voodoo Vince and nothing else. It would just be the Voodoo Vince machine.
It's like my DS isn't being a Pokemon machine at this point.
No, I really wanted Rare Replay. I know that's one of them. I would have wanted Super Lucky's Tale, but thank God it came to the Switch anyway.
Yeah, like Cuphead was also originally a Xbox and PC exclusive.
Yeah, there's Cuphead. I know I would have wanted that, although to be fair, I don't like Cupheads. I've tried it. I didn't like it. I just suck at it. I will just admit it right now. I just suck ass at it. And I don't feel like learning it.
I had a GameCube and PS2 growing up, and that was pretty much it until I got an Xbox 360. For myself, because my brothers also had their own ones, and I'm like, I want one so I can play Halo.
Yeah, I wanted the Halo games too for the Xbox. Well, the Xbox One. Because I did also grow up with the Halo 1 and 2. Which I do have. I do have them physically, but I cannot, I have to emulate it. I'm hoping to God that if I can emulate it through Zemu, or God forbid I can get the Halo collection working on my deck in general.
I'm surprised those haven't run on the Steam Deck yet.
They don't. I'm like hoping these Zemu ones work. I haven't even tried yet, so fingers crossed, because yeah, playing the Halo games on a big TV almost made me throw up, so I'm not taking my chances again.
Room's finished. Alright, I can go back to Dolly now and be like, yeah, I dealt with the monsters upstairs, I believe.
I got your stupid fucking monsters.
Oh, whoops. Alright, I guess that works. I think it's this one. I wish I could put some more Xbox exclusives. I didn't even know about Voodoo Vince until James made a video about it.
Bruh, fucking... The Voodoo Vince review by James is how I discovered Nitro-Rat and the reason I'm literally fucking here right now.
House is clean. It's like... I also never really experienced like Psychonauts or some other popular Xbox titles.
I still need to beat Psychonauts.
I originally wanted to do it for this Merry Spookmas, but I'm like, no, I just can't. I'll do that next year.
I'm just glad that I actually did get, like, I did start Psychonauts. Well, I say start. I'm apparently close to the end of Psychonauts. I just haven't picked it up in a minute, so I do need to go back to it. But I'm just glad I was able to play it at all, because I admittedly did avoid playing Psychonauts for a long time because a person I really fucking hated really loved Psychonauts, and it made me hate the game before even playing it. So I just coped by saying, this art style's ugly anyway, so who cares? But who am I to say the Voodoo Vince style can be a little quirky and ugly at times, but that's also why I love it so much. So
It has a charm I
hope.
really like. You know.
I hope. And you know what? Fucking, Clayton behind Voodoo Vince is actually best friends with the creator of Psychonauts. So...
It should be.
And apparently they did, like, bounce ideas off of each other around a time of the making of these games, so... Hey. Yeah, no, they're, like, huge supporters of each other, and, I do see them interact every now and again.
It's the exit. No, that's a heart. Down I go.
But I definitely want to beat Psychonauts so I can eventually get to Psychonauts too, because it is a bit of a pricey game.
Yeah, which like I'm thinking for like Game Pass currently having it, but I'm like that's gonna be like 2 years before I play it.
I'm just like waiting till maybe it goes on sale or something, or you know, after the depth that Sonic Frontiers put me in.
God,
damn, now I have to decide, like, Pokemon or Psychonauts 2.
I mean, Pokemon you can play with me and probably somebody else you know.
Probably Cody. I'm assuming Cody's gonna pick it up.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's destined. I have to play the new Pokemon. It is literally my name and my favorite color combined.
I'm over here like, yeah, I spent 300 on Pokemon this past month.
Haha, smile.
Oh shit. I'm out here now. Ah!
Good job.
I'm still here.
Alright, cool. I learned by mistake. Alright, Butler.
You know, really fucked up now I think about it. Like, the Azimu version of Voodoo Vince, the emulated version, kind of fucked up. The game is awful. Like, it just keeps flickering, things are just, they disappeared, textures are gone, just everything's fucked up in that game. But the one thing that never fucked up is the Butler's and, like, his blue path. And I thought for sure this is certainly gonna be one thing that would fuck up. No, this is actually one of the things that was perfected in that version. And it kind of bugs me a lot. Like, I'm happy it worked fine. I'm just shocked that this is one of the things that the emulator did okay with.
There we go. I think this area's done. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, it's like I finished this stage on the PC version, and that was about it.
Take note of the special hooks, Vince. Your pins can help you reach them.
So wait, you never
You will
got
find
past
dollies
this area
waiting for
in
you
your
at
last
the open
play?
window at the
Yeah,
other
pretty
end.
much.
Damn. That's rough. Did you get to the boss at least?
I think I stopped like right before the boss.
Oh my god.
Or so. I honestly figured I'd have to open it at some point when Zuba's not playing a game on his account.
Honestly, the boss over here kind of fucked. It's the one boss that I made my dad do every single time when I was a kid. Because I just sucked so bad at it. And I mean, I still kind of suck at it, but once you learn what to do, then it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much learning and more figuring out your pathway. So have fun. You might do fine. You're probably gonna do fine. You're an adult.
No, I'm a
5 years old
Pokemon
trying to play
fan.
this game.
Oh wait, I think I have to hop up here.
You can go anywhere you want.
Oh,
It's free reign.
like the new Pokemon.
This may as well be an open zone.
Oh, I did it! Yes! Happy Halloween, somebody said in chat. Merry Christmas, said John.
Christmas?
Yeah, my old thing is Merry Spookmas.
Oh my god. PBH, that was me today at work anyway, because I was in all of my Halloween gear, but at the same time I have to wear a Christmas apron.
How do I get
All my coworkers were wearing reindeer antlers, and I'm wearing a witch hat.
Ah, reincarnation.
As it should
The
be.
company provided its antlers.
I've been more excited for Sonic more recently. No. There we go. Yeah, all the good stuff coming out, I'm like, that seems pretty cool.
It looks so cool. I'm gonna cry. It's gonna be so surreal playing it for the first time just because I've been seeing this game for this entire fucking year.
I can't wait to play it on my Switch.
You gotta play it on your Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, because my PC will shit the bed. I don't like using
Oh,
my place.
probably. Honestly, if I even bothered on my laptop, it would probably crash.
It'd be fine with my PC, but like streaming PC games is kind of like a no-go for me for the most part. It's why I opted for the Xbox version of Voodoo Vince instead of sticking this PC.
Yeah, that's honestly a good bet. Just because you're guaranteed to get like the highest quality out of it. I mean, my first playthrough of Voodoo Vince Remaster was on my parents' computer, which is already like a piece of junk, honestly. But like, I couldn't even play Voodoo Vince in the highest quality. I had to play it at the low quality, and it was the only way I could play it. I had no choice. And even Ori and the Blind Forest, I will never stop bitching about playing that on my parents' computer, but again, that was like my only access before I had a laptop. I played that on the lowest quality setting in the entirety of the game, which is fucked on its own. And it was like it was like pixels. I stared at pixels for the entirety of Ori and the Blind Forest, my first playthrough. But then I slowly, you know, I got the luxury of playing it on my laptop when I first got it, well, in slightly better quality, and then the highest quality on the Switch.
I gotta pick up the Switch version at some point from my library to try out.
Ori's such a good game. I still need to beat the second one, though.
I think I'm done this area. This little section.
You might be. It's kind of hard in this area because there's so many branches to look at, and it's already like super bright, and like, you know, your collectibles are kind of bright too, so it's a little fucked. But I've always adored the lighting in here just because like sometimes it looks like black light.
I know, I can see that. Oh, ah!
Oh no, you fell.
There's a lot of games that I want to get within this upcoming months, but I don't think I'm going to be able to outside of like Pokemon, as the standard has been for me for the past, I want to say 5 years. No, the past decade at this point, if anything.
For what?
I picked up Pokemon like around this point.
Oh yeah.
So I picked up X and Y on their release. I think I picked up Black and Y around their releases. No, I'm missing 10. Maybe there. Oh, right. There's the whole other area over there.
Yeah, it's a little far. But yeah, if you want the pages, they're all the way over there.
You have to do a little bit of backtracking.
Ah, baby! Ah!
Yeah, my
Well, that
review
was
for
restful.
Glowberry Tangle is it's fun to swing around in. I love the visuals of it. I think it's sick as hell. Honestly, one of my more favorited like areas of the game. Collecting things in here kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So I always love the playthroughs where I just don't give a fuck, I don't collect anything, and I don't have to worry about collecting anything in this stage, because it does kind of suck, having to find everything, and collecting the floating skull also kind of ass.
Wait,
I got the biscuits.
Yeah, I was at GameStop earlier. I'm like, oh, the new Call of Duty's out. I haven't seen stuff about it, and God, it's like $100.
Duty.
Yeah.
The
Also,
fuck are they doing?
Uh,
Hey, John.
Modern Warfare 2 again.
Oh my god.
Not to be mistaken from the Modern Warfare 2 from 2007. Oh, I'm missing 5. I think I know what that is.
Everybody,
How you do, John?
I'm doing good. Playing Gundam as I was watching Haru's stream. So far, so good.
You winning?
You're playing Gundam.
Yeah, Gundam Evolution.
Nice.
Yeah. That and also tried out Saturnalia, which is really fucking cool game. But aside from that, how you two doing?
Voodoo Vincent?
You're winning, Haru. You're almost there. You're almost at the end of the game. You can do this, Queen.
Yeah, you're almost done. You've almost beat the game.
Yay!
Such a short game.
Oh, I think I see where those final ones are.
I see the slingshot ability as something that is given to you way late in the game. Oh, unfortunate geometry right there. No.
Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm starting from the beginning, so I don't have to be in that area again. Easy shortcut.
Yeah, the swing does come pretty late in the game, but hey, better later than never. I think it's a really fun ability, but I really also wish there was more abilities unlocked for Vince. I feel like there's so much potential, but hey, it is what it is.
If you were given like the choice to give Vince more abilities throughout the game, what would you give him?
That's a good question. I actually have no idea. Like I say, I wish there was more abilities for him. I don't know what. I think there's actually some other power concepts in the book. I'm not quite sure what they were though. I just know that one of the concepts I do recall though is that he gets a bat suit or something. I think it is a bat though, and he could have the ability to fly or something. At one point he gets punching gloves. I don't know. I guess things are scrapped for a reason, but there's just things that could be fun.
No.
I feel like though, if there was gonna be any more upgrades, it would probably be upgrading a thing he can already do. Maybe the slam hits harder on an enemy, or the spin attack does more damage, or whatever. Maybe the hover ability does a little more than just slow you down during your fall.
I was thinking something along the lines of if you try to jump and hover, initially you will get a boost of an air boost as you make the first jump, so you can make it to high reach higher heights. Or maybe have it so you can charge up the spin attack, right? And you can just kind of pirouette more and faster, or utilize it as a chain for the hover, right?
But it's at the same time, at the end of the day, the point of Vince is, his unique ability is hurting himself to hurt others. Sure, that has been, a thing that moved to just the special powers, but God, I'm like, I can't stop thinking about that little demo clip that they did release the other day. And it's so surreal to see that, because, yeah, there's been, like, articles that have spoke about that demo. There has been, like, images showing the original model. I think there was an image showing, like, the original, like, layout as well of the first area. But they've never released a video clip. It was really cool to see, but I think I also did read that a reason it was never really fully released, you know, like, the original idea of him hurting himself at all times to hurt enemies is because they didn't want to send that image of literally hurting your character to hurt other people, because it might seem, you know, kids might intimidate, you know,
Yeah.
monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. But they also just didn't want to give the bad idea of, you know, hurting yourself, harming yourself in any form of way. So they didn't want to do that to a character either, you know, despite him being a voodoo doll. So they did change it so it was more of a quirky, you know, moveset instead of literally being your all-time moveset. Just a limited thing instead.
It's like a finisher.
Yeah. Which I think is a pretty smart move, because, yeah, that, if we're speaking in today's terms too, that would be a really, really big game to make. But even back then, it was still a hard thing to make, because they didn't want to bring that image of harming yourself. So, things have changed for, well, what we have now, which is still pretty good. I actually do still love what they did with it. A fun idea.
Indeed.
I think I'm in the right way out now.
Yeah, you got everything. You got the skull, so...
I just feel like, if anything, I would change the live system, because I feel like that's super redundant.
The life system?
Yeah, like the, you know, getting hearts, and it allows you to get more continues. So, like, it doesn't boot you to the main title screen every time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of games are like that too, though.
Well, a lot of games nowadays aren't like that.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
games now don't punish you, but games back then definitely did not fucking punish you at every turn.
No, yeah, I did the boss here, then I stopped playing. Fuck this boss.
Yeah, fuck this boss. This boss kind of
Oh.
suck.
Oh yeah, this boss. Hi!
Yeah, I'm like, I was playing on Leebly's copy, and I'm like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna stop here for tonight. Like, half a year ago.
This is the train.
Isn't it wonderful?
Oh,
I
shut
don't know
up.
if you've noticed, but this is a toy. The only place it's going is nowhere. You know, just once. I'd like things to work out normally. No monsters. Nobody is insane. No possessed sheep herders. Is it me? Do I attract crazy people?
Wait a second. Does that mean that the doll was nice the entire time until, like, Cosmo went in and, like, yanked her cord?
Hold on now, sweetheart.
I
Let's
believe
calm
that
down
is
and
the
have
case.
some tea or something.
Nothing is really confirmed or denied. But I do believe that she was, like, totally cool until Cosmo showed up and fucked her up.
I mean, there was a hint of her being slightly evil, like, earlier.
She's a little unhinged. She, I believe, might have been possessed a little beforehand, but...
Man, would it surprise me if the zombie dust, right? Would actually, like, brought her alive, a lot Toy Story style.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery going on in the Brusque Manor. I don't think anything has really ever been told of what's going on there, because, yeah, the thing she was sitting on was literally the corpse of the owner of the mansion.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
What? Huh?
Yeah, so the thing Dolly is first found sitting on is, that is the corpse of the man who owns the mansion. He's just there. We don't know how he died or anything. He is just there, rotting.
So I have to do that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I said you really need to figure out your path for this one, yeah, it's a little fucked each time. You have to be very careful.
Oh Lord, no, no, no.
Hey, what's this?
No! Oh, gamer.
Baller.
Very gamer. Very gamer.
Here you go, sweetie.
Almost fell off. Oh no, OBS? This is disconnecting.
Oh no.
I'm
Let me see this. Let me like look at the stream right now.
I'm also looking at it. I mean, maybe my Wi-Fi is going up, but who knows? It's hit stop. I'm still recording on my end, so it's. It is red. Why is it red? I think I'm live again.
Hide this, please.
It shows I'm in red. I don't know why.
It just looks like you're you closed your eyes, like the frame was like you closed your eyes.
Yeah, we had to restart the stream, but like it seems I'm actually don't know. It's switching between being in red and being in green, or I guess more. That's not the right one anymore.
Let's see.
I'm in green again.
Here you go, sweetie.
So never switch yet.
I need to restart like Twitch. My end. Lemonade Cafe. There we go.
I forget what the switch is. It seems like it's back to being normal again. I don't know what or why that happened. Ooh.
No, but it cut in the moment where the train was about to hit and collide. So it just looked like you were like closing your eyes as the two trains were about to collide with Vince, and it was really funny.
Oh, it's up there. It's across the map. Okay.
Oh! It's alright.
Yeah, it seems like it's back to normal again on my end. Hey, what's this?
Donk.
I think I have one more to go. So where that is, I do not remember. What's up here? I called it.
Look, it's not Hogwarts.
Yeah, I'm like looking at the documents book, and there is no explanation for the owner of the mansion. It just says that yeah, the former owner of the Brosk is now a dried up corpse.
No, what?
My mistake. Anyways, ignore that. You.
That happened. That.
I went to X up, I went to B, I'm like, oh, I'm so used to just doing that sometimes.
Okay, but you were saying Scarlet?
Yeah, no, I'm like trying to find if there's like an explanation for anything going on in the Brosk Manor, but there is nothing except yeah, he's the former owner of it. It's just a dried up corpse. On his lap is a worn porcelain doll. So
And that doll is like alive.
yeah, it doesn't say anything like much about her either. They're just like, yeah, she's a little threadbare, although she's still the epitome of dainty refinement. Clutched in one arm is this small toy poodle. She comes to life. In order to speak, she must pull a string, a talking string. Yeah, and then, you know, Vince agrees to
train
help her,
station.
although there's something decidedly creepy about Dolly, who sometimes breaks into a strange demon house. But Vincey's already seen some pretty strange things, so he takes the mission with his usual sarcastic good cheer.
It sounds like the weird thing about her is she has robot parts to her.
She does have robot parts to her, and that's the thing that, like, really...
I owe it all to my extensive
What's the
training.
lore? Did she have that before?
Slay myself.
I don't
Hey,
know.
what's this? Doesn't smell too
She's a
good.
very advanced
Anyway,
porcelain
out here,
doll that
get
has
the all
robotic parts. Get with the program.
She's very complex.
Alright, to the next area I haven't done yet.
Oh, right. We're still at Crawdad Jimmy's. Oh, okay. For some reason,
Sorry, Haru, you were in another zone.
Yeah, I know.
There's one more zone after this, and then that's the end of the game.
Yeah.
So we're still not at end game, but we might be getting closer to it.
Yeah, I ended my profile on Steam like right here. So all this is new ground.
The bayou is a little lengthy, especially since one of the stages comes in 2 parts. So,
Yeah.
actually no, 2 of them come in 2 parts. Yeah, no, one of them is just straight up one stage, and then the other 2 are like 2-part stages.
The one thing I wish I had earlier was being able to see where the stuff was. You get it, like at the halfway point or so. At
I mean,
graveyard.
I prefer having that, like, somewhere within the middle of the game than nowhere in the game and having to fucking guess.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Because, oof.
The last piece of last piece of information on the dead guy of the manor. A very obvious one. He really liked toy model trains.
What?
He was a
No!
train model enthusiast.
Hey, recycling really
And
works.
that is all I can find on this man.
I mean, that makes sense. There's a lot of train models, and you do collect yourself a train.
I mean, the final area literally is in an attic, so... Because if you ever look up, you can see among the shadows the room of an attic.
There we go.
Hey,
Jimmy!
Excuse me.
Yeah, Jimmy.
I love this line.
Well, I'll be a talking monkey.
Hello, Crawdad Jimmy.
Hi there, colorful.
Colorful local character.
I'm looking for a place called the Carnival de
Look, a
Prey.
talking monkey.
Sure, I can help you. But Crawdad Jimmy don't do nothing for free. Tell you
Vince do be
I'm
a little
opening up a mess of
talking
gumbo,
monkey.
and I need a few in
And
there.
then this
Just a
line.
little
Give me what I need,
fella.
and I'll show you the way across
Rascal.
my swamp.
On.
What a
Here we go.
surprise.
God, I wish
What
that
do
were
you
me.
Well, I need some onion, I need some sausage, and I need me a
He's just
nice,
tired.
big, juicy crawfish. You bring me all this stuff and I'll have the best dang gumbo ever.
Onion, sausage, crawfish. Got it.
Now, just to show I'm all hot, I'm going to let you use my deluxe toy swamp boat free of charge. Be sure to always park it at the dock, though, or there'll be trouble. Get me? You have fun now, little monkey.
You can ride a boat.
I love riding the boat in this area. It's like one of the best parts about the bayou.
3 platformers when they like allow you to like experiment with a rideable vehicle. I'm like, thank you. This is great. I love
Especially
it.
if it's satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
And the boat
Oh.
here, very satisfying to ride.
Riding the boat here reminded me a lot of the Zoomer stuff in Jack and Daxter. So there's like a little like hovering machine in the first game that just like allows you to just run around this entire open area and just pick up stuff, and it's a recurring vehicle alongside the flip, and it's super fun.
I like
We'd love to
Flood.
hear it.
I only ever played Mario Sunshine growing up, and literally nothing else for the most part.
Beats collecting lint.
I gotta try out some of the PlayStation stuff at some point.
Absolutely.
I've never touched a Jack and Daxter, a Sly Koopa in my life.
So we're gonna start that out because we already got Scarlet and Chili like already in that.
Whoa.
I would love to see more of my homies play more PlayStation games. It's great.
Oh, I heard from the other side, Kate. Meow. Shit.
Whee!
Why do I...
Dreams and Sonic fan, you need more momentum.
I like Sonic Boom. That's a game I gotta stream at some point.
Momentum.
You gonna stream what?
Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric.
Oh.
It's only one thing that comes out and it's like, oh yeah, this big open area you can run across and whatnot. What was it, Mario Sunshine? Sonic,
Boom.
Rise of Lyric also has that. What's in here?
That's still one of the few Sonic games I haven't played, and every day I'm curious about playing it.
I mean, like, it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. I never beat it, but like I had an okay time with it when I did like play it on the Wii U. It's one of those Sonic games where it's like, I don't think it's bad. It's okay.
It could have been a lot worse. However, the
and
previous
that's how
games...
I feel about a lot of Sonic games. Like, people, I think, over-exaggerate how bad the games are, but I don't think any of the Sonic games are bad. You're just exaggerating like a drama queen. They're okay at best, or you know, they're fun. They can be really fun. Just you know, the game itself is just like fun. I'm speaking to you, Forces players.
I like Forces.
Forces is fun. I think it's a fun game. Just the story's okay.
It's an easy game to pick up and like speed run too.
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of Forces Forgivers nowadays.
Forces Forgivers sounds like a group. We are the Forces Forgivers.
I'm still here.
I'm seeing a lot of people forgive Forces now for some reason, like out of nowhere.
Okay, so which game are they?
Cycle's coming back, but
what game are they shitting on now? Please eliminate
they're not
me.
shitting on any game. I don't think they're just like you know what? Forces wasn't too bad. It never was bad. You were just bitching for no reason.
Oh, but Sonic Frontiers is gonna be like the worst Sonic game.
Oh, and that's what they're preparing for. They're preparing for the worst game.
Oh, what are them? What are they? Pokemon fans?
Pokemon fans also make me want to tear my hair out.
This is why I never call myself a Pokemon.
I still will never forgive how do you pronounce it? Arceus?
Arceus. Yeah, which is
Arceus. Before that game came out and everybody was bitching it's gonna be the worst Pokemon game ever because the graphics looked very mid, and then people were raving about how it's one of the best Pokemon games ever as soon as it was out. Like, what were you all complaining about?
People were complaining about not having the Pokemon that they wanted, and having such a huge departure for the series. And then people played and realized the core gameplay is really fun.
I mean, kind of. It was just mainly the graphics, and at first people were nervous about the gameplay because it was a huge departure Like Pokemon, that was pretty much everyone was like, oh yeah, whatever. Just because in ancient times and based off Sinnoh, so it's you're not gonna have a lot of Pokemon right off the bat. It was like they were shitting on like graphics when the first trailer dropped.
Pokemon fans consistently shit on the graphics of the game, even though the game is still fun.
Oh,
Listen, my
but
rule is, even if the graphics are shit, I don't care as long as the gameplay is fun, I'm gonna have fun.
Alive again.
but Scarlet, look at look at Generation 5. I've never seen so many moles. But look at Generation 5 and look how pretty the sprite work is. And compare, we could have had more like this.
Chokachode. I don't care. I'm happy with whatever we get. I'm gonna have fun no matter
People
what.
shat on Sword and Shield graphics, but guess what? I think that was the most fun I had in a Pokemon game.
Well, they're up there for one of my favorite looking games, like that use the 3D stuff.
I feel like people stir up a storm just because they want to get clicks.
Yeah, I
Either
mean,
that, or they're genuinely just scared of getting a shit game, but like, I don't understand why we're going through this cycle. The Sonic cycle it's a lie. I'm gonna say right now, I think it's a fucking lie, because everybody's just a fucking coward at this point. And that applies to a lot of games that people are just bitching about for no reason before they release. Like, oh my god, the game hasn't fucking released yet. Calm down. You're gonna buy it anyway. Eventually. Maybe
Onions?
not right away, but eventually. And you're gonna realize you were wrong. You were scared about nothing. You're gonna have fun. We can stop crying. We're all adults here. Well, maybe not everybody on Twitter. There's a lot of teenagers crying on Twitter, but...
Everybody who's been having like hands-on experience with the game, like Frontiers, has all said. Everybody has said that it's their favorite, like gameplay-wise, Sonic game. And
yeah, I've been hearing nothing but good shit about it.
yeah, like
and we've heard the criticism. There's been criticism mixed in, and I think it's valid.
it's
But
like
most people had fun.
the one thing I heard about, it's like, oh yeah, it's slow at the start, but like as you get through the game, it only gets faster, and like Sonic's speed.
Most games start out slow, and if Sonic is, Sonic's up is gonna be literally slow.
Yeah, and that's like the one thing.
A lot of fucking games start out slow to begin with. It just makes sense.
Yeah. Plus, in a game like this, you're easing into a brand new combat system for Sonic that isn't just a gimmick like the Werehog. Like the Werehog is such a fun idea, and I'm glad they're experimenting more on adding Sonic combo moves, because Sonic only has what? Several attacks, like what? The homing attack, the spin kick. Tell me, what? Maybe the boost and just boost towards like enemies.
Yeah, it's Sonic Boom.
But besides those, it's like, what else did he have?
Have you ever played Sonic Battle? He has a bunch of moves from Sonic Battle that got remastered and redone.
But that's a fighting game.
But that's okay. But also, two things: I haven't played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
No, not Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Sonic Battle.
Oh, it's Sonic. Okay, you know what? Fair. Yeah. That's also very true. But
Isn't Sonic Adventure 2 Battle like racing the other player amongst the other stages?
Pretty much. It was like that, plus looking for the Chaos Emeralds, and you can fight, put two chows together from your friend's save or whatnot, and do that also.
What if our chows kissed in the same garden?
Wait,
Unless...
No, when I make our chows fight.
you know, I learned recently that the Chow Garden, like the people who handled the Chow and developed that, no longer exist. That company.
Yeah, that's why we haven't gotten Chow. I genuinely don't understand how people are so like, I get if it's, you know, you're joking, like you obviously know Chow are coming back, but like, hey, new teams mean new things are happening. And I think we should strive for it. Could be exciting. and I am here for the new generation of Sonic the Hedgehog. I think it's gonna be fantastic. I will root for a brand new game in hopes that it is fun and enjoyable, instead of rooting for a bad game, like a lot of people are for some reason.
It throws me right back at. Oh god damn it!
Yes, it does that. Yeah.
Fine work. I tell you though, I sure
It's
look
also
forward to
I'm thinking,
all
yeah,
you
it's like
gonna bring me.
Pokemon has always gotten shit on, no matter the generation. When Black and White came out, people hated those games.
Which is fucking bonkers to hear, like, that argument entirely, because that shit was, like, amazing. But, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and it's like, oh, X and Y came out. People love Black and White now. Sun and Moon came out. People love X and Y or whatnot. It's been a rinse and
they
repeat
hated
cycle.
Sun and Moon, but then they eventually grew to love Sun and Moon.
Me and my bestie!
Literally, the Pokemon cycle is exactly the same as the Sonic cycle. Let's be real. I mean, again, I don't think that cycle is even real at this point, just because, like,
It's a
let's be
catch-all term.
real. Everybody ends up forgiving the games later on because they realize they were good and fun and not horrible like they were being dramatic at the beginning. Which is why I don't understand hate for games before they release. Calm down, you're gonna have fun with it eventually. You're just not ready for change yet, are you?
What's
Pokemon's
thing?
constantly evolving, and I really love that Pokemon keeps on adding new things to it every single time because it just adds more excitement. Why would you want the same game over and over again?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing that always confuses me with a lot of games. Like, why do we want the same thing over and over again? You don't. I promise you, you do not want the same game again. You want the same game? Play that game you're talking about right now. Change is good.
Yeah. Plus, at the same time, you got, like, I feel like this entire, like, Sonic cycle is fueled by a lot of factors, right? Because, one, there's a lot of hype surrounding it, so there's a lot of discussion happening. A lot of cynicism and, like, skepticism surrounding, like, doubts and, you know, valid, like, arguments regarding, like, you know, the fate of the series, right? And the other thing that fuels this conversation always stems around, like, okay, we got this entire, like, game coming out that's, like, what? Coming out for $60. A lot of people, like, bet on that money and expect a quality title from the get-go, so that is fueled by that. It is an explanation, it's not an excuse. But by the end of it, once the game is out there and there's a lot of people, like, I don't know, modding the fuck out of the game, or, you know, patches and, like, fixes have been addressed over the course of the game's lifespan, we will see that popular opinion, or people revisiting the game, trying to, like, reevaluate it again in post-mortem. We'll see a lot of traction going back and saying, hey, actually, you know what? I don't know why we were so angry about this. And
I know, I can't wait for that day.
Exactly, but, like,
it's gonna happen.
And that's the thing, right? I just wonder when that would happen. A lot of people joke about the idea of, you know, well, I see a lot of jokes playing around of, like, okay, so there's a release date and there's the play date, which is basically, like, the day that the game is now fully playable, which is really funny, and I really love Mega 64 for that. But besides that, is, like,
Who leaves this crap lying around?
weird. It's such a weird aspect of like the game, like the social media that is engaging.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, another thing too is that, like, when I say I want a Voodoo Vince 2, which I don't think is gonna be happening at this point, but in the sense that it did ever happen, I would love something similar to this, but I don't want the exact same thing. I would love some new upgrades and things to do, but I mean, how much can you do in New Orleans, I guess, because you're already set in New Orleans, and the point of Voodoo Vince is that, you know, he's literally born there. The whole setting is there. I don't know what else you could do. Maybe they'd find something unique. But I would love new things to do, especially with, you know, Vince himself. The gameplay needs to change. And again, when people want a same game with a game they grew up with, it's always so boggling to me, because it's just like, it'd be a little boring, wouldn't it be? Which again, it's another reason why I praise games like Pokemon, because it's same gameplay, but it's changed all the time. There's new features to it every single time to keep it fresh, new places to go, new characters, and obviously new Pokemon, but the gameplay always changes, which is super cool, and I don't get why people complain about it so much. It's just annoying. Like, you're gonna love it. Calm down. Either you love it, or you just have to accept the game isn't for you anymore. I don't know, buddy.
I already, like, you know, made peace with the idea that Pokemon will never, like, reach the point again of, like, okay, maybe do something different outside of gym badges and do, like, other stories, because, like, I miss the days of, like, Pokemon Ranger, because I want alternate, like, storylines that are just, let's just chill out and just hang out with the Pokemon, right? And I would like to see, like, where a story like that would be, like, directed and taken out, you know, like, just see where it would go. But I know that, like, unless there's a drastic, like, push for that, or a change or drive to make that happen internally, I might as well, like, keep my distance. So, seeing Scarlet and Violet, one thing that caught my attention almost immediately was having 3 storylines, like, swapping in and out from one another, which already intrigues me, because I like that there's, like, oh yeah, well, of course we have, like, the team, like, the evil team battle, and then on the other side we got the gym battles, right? But having a third story on top of all of that, that isn't just, here's a team, here's a gym that you have to deal with. I want to see where that one leads into, and if that's worth, like, checking out.
I mean, yeah, it's gym battles, fighting the evil team, then it's learning about the land and its mysteries.
Wait, that's it? Just exploring the land?
Yeah, fighting certain bosses or whatnot. Also, welcome in Zeebly.
Wait,
Hello.
Kurt's here?
Yeah, he's been here for a while now.
Oh my god, how long have you been here for? I missed you.
Like 5-10 minutes.
I'm
very drunk right now.
Oh, congrats.
Oh, no, congrats.
Damn.
I have noticed, I'm like, oh, Zeebly's here.
I've come back.
Did you have fun at your little party?
It was great. It was a wonderful time.
Awesome.
The shots did not stop.
We didn't even drink at our party. We just
Lame.
It's funny because on the invitation it was bring your own booze kind of party, but when we all got there, I brought a Jones.
It was
everybody else was like, "Oh my god, I brought a soda too. I didn't feel like drinking tonight." And then all of us just pulled out a fucking soda. So it was just like, no drinking tonight, I guess.
I had the exact opposite. It was bring your own booze. Everybody bought so much booze that I walked out of that party without my booze even being touched, and everyone got way fucked up, except the drivers, of course.
Yeah, designated drivers.
Yeah.
Woo!
We had a couple there. We had some babysitters. It was a good time.
Yeah, none of us felt like drinking tonight, so we didn't do any of that. But we had a bunch of food.
Oh, did we? Oh, that was
we
the
were
best part.
potluck.
Our host had like a bunch of little candy bowls full of like Halloween candy, and then at the end of the night, she was like, "Hey, I'm gonna get everybody a Ziploc bag. Just plunder, just go for it."
Hell yeah.
So I have a bag of
Hey.
candy.
Base toast.
Damn, we didn't even have candy at our party. It's just
Yo.
like,
Oh, I wish I took pictures. It was honestly like they decorated the house. It was spooky. Like they fucking went all in. It was an amazing party.
damn, mine was like more of a hangout, although I was fine.
Oh,
with
it was
I didn't have a
definitely a
cluster.
hangout, just with the extra like ambiance.
Yeah, I don't even think the place was really that decorated too much. Like, there was a little bit of decoration, but it wasn't like much. We just
watched
played a board game.
we watched about half of Insidious, and my friend's boyfriend was like, I guess he like really likes Insidious, because he was trying the horror movie. It was like, I don't know, one of the prequel sequels that they did, and I guess he's like really into Insidious because he was like, you could just tell by his tone, because we were all talking and riffing on the movie and just chatting over it. You could tell he was very upset that all of us were not taking Insidious seriously. It was very funny.
Rule of thumb, kids. If your movie is able to absolutely be riffed on by anybody, anywhere, and nobody will actually care about your movie, and you gotta accept that, just move on. Alright? That's all. Oh, that's all, folks.
Take the L.
Take the L.
Listen, I've made this boy watch some cursed movies.
They're funny.
I made you watch Roxy Hunter.
It was funny. It was really bad, but it was funny.
Really... I want to smack that kid.
That kid's a little bitch.
She was a little bitch. I'm still kind of thinking about watching the second movie at least. I would never touch the third one though, because the third one actually just sucks. I mean, they all kind of suck, but they're all a little funny at the end of the day. The shaman one is the second one though. And like the boyfriend is kind of back. Well, I say kind of. I think he was a big character. And then there's like a sheriff whose like only personality trait is like eating these fucking like I think they were like diet granola bars. It's like the one thing I remember from it.
This is where you will find the
So,
crawfish for Jimmy.
I felt like the one normal drunk person at that party. Everybody was having like a main character episode tonight.
Really?
And I was just like, bro, I'm just here to have a bunch of drinks and have a good time.
Did they all like act like they were in a movie with a party involved?
A little bit. There was definitely like there was some couples fighting a little bit.
Couples fighting? Where the hell did you go? Cam's place or?
Yeah, well, we went to Ash's place, and I don't think you've met her.
Oh.
But yeah, it was just a small group of usuals plus like some of our usual friends like spouses as well. It was very weird. The vibe got a little weird at times.
That's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, you're shrimping. You're shrimping.
I'm shrimping!
You're shrimping.
I wasn't expecting to be shrimping tonight, but here I am.
Yeah, this stage kind of scared me as a kid. Not because of the shrimp. Oh, the shrimp scared me a little, but like, it's the guy in the other side of the cage.
So this reminds me too much of Spyro into the Dragonfly.
Mr. Crawdad.
Let's go.
Crawdad
Someone else will
scared
actually
me.
play the actual game. Let's go. High five. I need to play that game again. Let's see how bad people say it is.
Well, Spyro into the Dragonfly? It's like my favorite Spyro game.
Spyro?
Spyro, yeah.
I like Spyro. I don't like the final bosses, though.
Is that it for me for down here?
Like, in the Spyro trilogy, I can at least tell y'all right now, I will absolutely 100% those games, which, I mean, I pretty much have for the first two. I never did the final bosses, though, because they just suck ass.
Did watch you do one of the final bosses one time, I think.
Huh?
Have I watched you do one of the bosses? I feel like I did.
think I streamed, like, did the bootleg
What?
stream where I streamed
Yeah.
my Discord camera to my Switch.
I feel like I watched
Setting
you.
up the thing.
I'm in the floor.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, huh. That's
I like breaking this
Interesting.
game.
I think you're stuck on a log that's like attached to the yeah.
Yeah, just like, Just- Stream's dying again for whatever reason.
Oh wow, it is. It's like whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening tonight with Twitch. It seems like it's
Twitch
dying.
is like, fuck you, I'll do what I want.
I just want a shrimp in peace.
Shrimp.
Shrimp and peace.
The shrimp piece is real.
Okay, I can't wait to go see the One Piece movie next week.
There's a One Piece movie?
Yeah, there's like
multiple.
There's 15.
15.
Yeah, and none of them are canon for whatever reason.
Wild.
We had the discussion before, Haru, about like there's a movie that you are frustrated with, like, that you want it to be canon but isn't.
Yeah, Film Z.
So why would they make movies if they're not canon?
Money.
Because they don't want you to like force you to watch a movie to like and to have it to be canon, right?
Oh, I guess that's true, yeah.
Or like, so you have to be up to date on everything and just basically hop in, not worry about stuff, for the most part.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just imagine, like, you need to be caught up in Dragon Ball Super to enjoy Super Broly, right? Like, it's like, I don't want to be caught up on this. I just want to enjoy the fight scenes on the movie screen with my friends.
At least like some bits of stuff are canon here and there with the One Piece stuff, however, it's like not all of it. Which,
It's kind of like it's like a prototype of like phase of like, here's some like ideas we're sketching up. We're not committing to any of these, so we're making the light connection of like it's non-canon. But on the off chance,
you have the one canon character in this non-canon movie. It just happened twice so far. God, I can't wait for next month. There's so many good shit coming out.
yeah.
Well, the One Piece movie in North America, Pokemon Sonic Frontiers, new Jakey album. One of the Kamen Rider movies is getting a Blu-ray release so I can watch it.
I'm excited for what stuff. Wednesday Addams show comes out in late November. Inside Job Part 2 comes out in early November. And this one fucking documentary that I saw earlier where it's called Pepsi Where's My Jet? And I really want to fucking watch it.
Oh yeah, did you bring that Minecraft sword to your party?
Yeah.
You did?
And I am dressed up like knockoff Minecraft Steve.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh.
Pics.
Yes,
It's just a blue shirt and sweatpants. It's actually nothing.
Yeah, you probably look amazing. Shut up.
I would send pics, but I'm literally like comatose in my chair eating chips right now. Like, do not disturb me.
Fair.
I wish I was at Costco earlier. I wish I grabbed fucking chips. However, I got
So
Pokemon
sad.
cards instead.
I had a cluster headache all day because it made my my right eye just like water the whole fucking day, and it ruined my makeup. Pissed me off. Like one eye looked fine, and then the other side where it did keep watering, my bottom eyeliner was just gone, and the blue on my eyes was just dripping. So it was a mess.
I wish I was able to see what I'm missing down here. Listen, being the ship, but I can't. Wait for this hole. There's 40 of them in this area? God damn.
There's loads to connect.
God, I hope I can get Frontiers on launch day. I'm hoping I can.
Frontiers.
Frontiers.
I think I have enough. I'm close to having enough hours worked for it, anyways.
I'm so excited to play it. It's coming up so soon.
Where's the other one?
To make sure I have enough space on my deck to be able to download it.
It's on next week Thursday, right?
It's November 8th. It's on a Tuesday. Every single Sonic game release always lands on a Tuesday.
It's, I believe, the same week as the Splatfest. So I'm gonna be.
Yeah, the Splatfest starts on a Thursday on the 11th.
I'm still here.
Wait, is that on a Thursday or is it a Friday? No, it's on a Friday. My bad. It starts on Remembrance Day.
I miss all those Pokemon.
Yeah, every song in a game releases on a Tuesday because I believe that was the day that Sonic 2 released, and they called it Sonic Tuesday because Sonic 2 was on a Tuesday. So I believe after that they just kept the tradition of Sonic games releasing on Tuesdays.
What is that?
It's such a strange tradition to keep up, like, consistent.
I mean, Nintendo's been releasing games on Fridays for like fucking forever. I'm happy they release games on Friday on Nintendo.
I mean, Fridays usually make sense for games because it's like, oh, it's the weekend, it's beginning of the weekend anyway.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you get off of school, go to the game store and pick up that new game.
Pick up that new game. If your mom lets you.
Yeah, pick up that new game that released 10 decades ago.
I still want to try and play Boom Blocks. I'm gonna see if I can emulate it on. I've been craving, oddly enough, to play Boom Blocks. I want to play the silly block game.
Oh,
I just
How
had, like,
dare you miss that jump?
Shut up.
I just had like the weirdest realization. If you would say the word Boom Blocks in like, have you played Boom Blocks? It's like, no, I haven't played that like one Roblox game.
Not Roblox, Boom Blocks.
No, I know, but like it sounds like a game mode in Roblox.
It kinda does. Especially since I'm pretty sure Blocks was spelled the same way as Roblox with the X at the end.
Why do I know that? Do I know this game?
You get to place like little animal blocks, and like you get to like shoot like kind of like Angry Birds, but you're like just tossing blocks at things.
I feel like I've heard. I've probably played it.
It's like one of those super like it
Oh,
was
shit,
mildly
yeah.
popular on the Wii.
Yeah, I do remember. I rented this game once.
Iconic.
If it's on the Wii, yeah, I probably haven't played it.
Boom Blocks was kind of a fucking goated game.
I didn't have much games to my Wii, and even the ones I played, it wasn't a whole bunch. It was like Mario Galaxy or something.
Boom Blocks was also one of those games that I did rent, but then when our local Rogers Video was closing down officially, I think they went bankrupt or something. they were selling everything in their store, of course, and that was when I was able to pick up food blocks on a discount. So
I'm back up here.
I got to own it, and it was a very good day because I loved that stupid game. And I'm pretty sure I did beat it in its entirety.
Don't know what's happening on this Twitch.
Rich stop.
Let me quickly restart. I feel sorry for the people on my Discord. Like I didn't pinged each time I start stream.
Hey, look at this monkey cowboy guy.
I've never seen that met in my life.
It looks like a
It's
mobile
a Steven
advertisement
Spielberg
nowadays.
game.
Where's the final five? Hold on. Here we go. Over there?
The pedo is out.
Oh, thank goodness. Farewell, Torpedo.
I hope he has safe travel.
Who's pinging at this hour?
I think bad that was the shrimp.
Crawdaddy is one tough mudbug. You can't hurt him, but he can hurt your fragile submersible. He will chase you out of his territory. That is the key, catching him.
Missing two more.
The shrimp? Is the shrimp mechanical?
Oh
Oh yeah, it is. It is a hook. Yeah.
Now I'm just gonna find the final one. That is, I do not know.
It kind of felt that the Halloween is like literally so soon.
That means I can finally play Faith Chapter 1 and 2.
Hey.
It's supposed to snow on Halloween for us.
Ah, freaking sweet.
These trick-or-treaters are about to have the worst day of their lives.
It's always been like that over here for the most part. Outside of the
It
past
usually
couple of years.
rains, but it hasn't snowed on Halloween in a while.
Where's this final one at?
Oh yeah, collecting the zombie dust in this area kind of ass.
So I wish I
Especially
could
since you have to swim and be a little shwimp.
wish I could see on my ground properly, but I can't.
Yeah, swirl yourself around. Let me see if I can spot this stupid thing. It's usually I always end up missing it in the water anyway, but there's definitely been an instance where I forgot it all the way up near the the switch to turn it on. Oh my god, I see it.
Where is it?
Is it up there?
It's all the way up there.
Yeah, it is up there. What the fuck?
Shut up.
I'm gonna go all the way back.
one thing we can be thankful for at least, except I know we all have little goblin brains when it comes to collecting things in video games. But again, let's just be thankful that there is no alternate endings in Voodoo Vince. In regards to collecting everything or not collecting everything, because there used to be 2 endings to the game that got cut. Because the good ending would be if you collected everything in game, and then the bad ending would be if you didn't collect everything. But now you only get 1.
It's like collecting stuff, isn't it? It's a collectathon game, and I dabbled with too many blue coins in my life.
It's the satisfaction of getting everything. That's the real W.
Yes. Also, it's weird to do like collectibles are like unlock the secret ending because it always made me paranoid whenever that would happen. It's like, does this have multiple endings? I don't know. When I was a kid, I was like, yeah, I know why. I want to collect everything. I can't get it. And then it's like, oh, okay. So there's only like 1 ending. Okay. And then I just stopped. But it is a legit fear of like, oh wow, I want to like enjoy this, and maybe I'll get a good ending. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll actually get the good ending in Crash Bandicoot. Oh wait, it's not that good anyway.
You did it!
I'm out of here for the most part. I gotta get the little
You
doodad.
collected everything, Haru. You don't ever have to come here ever again.
Hey. I can't wait to play Donkey Kong 64 in the future. And deal with that game.
Is it as bad as people are making it out to be?
You gotta switch characters constantly for the most part. And you gotta...
Imagine, John, a level littered with collectibles that you cannot get because you are not the right character and have not unlocked them.
You are playing the wrong monkey!
And you have to go back to some location to switch your characters when you do have them.
And some of them are like, there's no other reason to go back other than to just pick up the funny little different colored banana, you know?
That is.
It's a little rough.
That sounds dumb as shit.
What?
Why did they do that?
No.
The banana's right there! Let me get it!
I'm out of here.
I'm pretty sure if I'm not mistaken, the only reason that the
Thanks, little monkey.
extra,
No,
you
I
know,
don't suppose you brought any sausage
cutscenes
along
at
as
the
well.
end, like the different endings were cut, was because the file would have been too big for the Xbox to handle.
Peace out.
Games could not be too big.
Yeah, that shit gets to be compressed. Either they get it running and optimized.
So yeah, they just stuck with 1 ending just because
Where does
yeah,
it all
the
go?
file would have been too large. I'm pretty sure that's what, because I literally went into the DMs of Clay and be like, why does it say there used to be 2 endings and there's only 1? I have played this game a million times and I've never come across a different ending. What's up?
Oh, why is that thing so fucking fast?
It's very fast. But guess what? You got a speedy boat.
Come back here. I am too fast. Get back here.
Fast.
So they give you parts each time you come back. You just respawn. It's nice.
Just imagining the article right now. Donkey Kong fan plays Donkey Kong 64 for the first time and hates it.
Alright, Where those final bombs at? Over there? Oh, actually, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't like how big this area is, just because it's hard now.
It's so little big.
I'm only missing 2. Fucking god. I know where I gotta go now. I saw nothing.
I smell tacos.
Not that way. Sorry. It's locked. What the fuck?
This feels like a Mario Kart, like it's like a car, like a course introduction, like pan out. It's like ding,
Something smells like sausage.
and it just like shows up.
Hey, doing this one.
Welcome to the longest stage in the bayou.
It is pretty long.
It's very long.
It's very long.
Yeah, it looks very long. It's built like a Mario-esque course.
Which is why I'm like wondering, are you sure you're gonna finish this game tonight?
I mean,
You're not gonna be too tired?
I'm not you.
It's a miracle I'm awake right now. Hanging on to my awakeness for dear life.
Oh.
You're doing great.
This means she will not rock and stone after the stream.
I will probably not rock and stone.
This is so tragic.
The amount of rock and stone I spoke at the Halloween party is stupid, and I just kept on thinking like, I want to rock and stone. I thought about sleeping over because that was an option and some people were sleeping over afterward, but I was like, but then I can't play Deep Walk. I don't have my Steam Deck with me. I can't play Deep Walk.
Oh, deep fart.
Deep fart.
Funny yet?
Judging by the lack of laughter, I'd say yes.
Damn right.
You did it.
Pick it up.
I'll say right now, this whole like strip of land you're on right now is really fucked because it really makes you want to think there's something back over there, but there's nothing at all.
Yeah.
I always want to think, oh, maybe there's a heart or like a collectible back here. No, it's just like a little building you can walk into, and that's it. There's nothing. Oh, you can go inside that log too, but there's nothing over there. You want to walk inside a log? There you go, but there's nothing there. You don't get a reward. I genuinely have no clue why that big strip of land is there. Besides, like, put the arrow sign there with the button.
World building or something. I don't know.
Something like that.
Think content before like world building.
It's really funny because that's like the only useless part of land in this entire stage. Like everything else gets used pretty good, but that strip, no, it's just there.
Built? No, it's not built yet. Build up. There we go.
We have some lovely parting gifts.
Water.
Yeah, I think it's really cursed that I've been up since like 9:30 this morning and I haven't took a single nap.
Who are you?
And I've just been at work and at a party all fucking day. How am I awake? I've been so groggy lately. Even at work, I just felt so tired. I'm actually thankful they didn't keep me on cash all day. They had way too many. Well, they scheduled way too many cashiers today, so I didn't even get to do my regular job. I didn't get to interact with too many customers today, which... Yippee! I got yelled at by like 2 customers today, so... I'll take this W of not interacting with people with cash all day. I was already miserable. I'm tired. I just wanted to go to bed.
Voodoo Vince is keeping you awake, Scarlet.
Voodoo Vince is probably the one thing that's driving me to keep awake.
It's like the neuron is activated. It's like, this is Voodoo Vince. I have to watch my friend play Voodoo Vince.
No, Johnny, don't understand. Voodoo Vince is my Cocomelon. You know, when kids are fucking drawn to their tablets because mom put on Cocomelon for them, and then they just
What?
stay awake, dead-eyed, don't even blink for the next 2 hours. That is me.
Wait, what's Cocomelon?
You don't know what Cocomelon
You don't know
is?
what Cocomelon is?
Oh no, this is like the first time hearing about it. Wait,
No,
what
you
is
must
this?
have heard of Cocomelon. Okay. Question. Question, 2? Yeah, 2. Do you know what Baby Einstein is?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say that'd be a really good example. Except I did grow up on Baby Einstein. Let me just say right now, so Baby Einstein, to give an example, is, a baby program. It was highly controversial at the time, but honestly, like, thinking about it, you know, having to have watched it while my mom babysits a child or something. It's pretty much a baby stimulation, like, compilation. Like, they'll have puppets come on screen and play some, like, piano music from, like, Mozart or something. You know, they'll have, like, colorful, like, show paint or glitter or something. It's just a stimulation compilation. It's really nothing more than that. And, mums hated it back then because, well, a lot of parents hated it, but parents also loved it because they, you know, they thought that like, their kids were way too overdrawn to Baby Einstein. Like, it's way too stimulating, and, you know, their kids constantly want to sit down and watch it. They're too quiet, whatever. But it's honestly just a good babysitting program if you just want your kid to just settle down, maybe fall asleep even. It's just one of those things. People either hated it or they loved it, but my mom loved it because it really did just settle me down, and I was very just like taking in the visuals. Yeah, it was just one of those things. Cocomelon is the modern day Baby Einstein, I guess, but it's a lot more controversial than what Baby Einstein is, and I think there's a lot of people forgiving Baby Einstein now just because it's like, oh, you know what, it wasn't that bad. It really was just stimulation. Cocomelon is definitely stimulation program for sure. But the images flash way too quick. Well, not really images, but they're animations. And they cut so fast. Like, you will see a quick 2-second animation, not even 2 seconds, before it flashes to the next scene. It is insane how quick it goes. And because of that, like, kids are just so fucking drawn to it. They play songs, but they're nursery rhymes, not piano music. It's not too calming. It's kind of loud. There's voice acting in it. Whatever.
Also on
There's these
Netflix.
characters. But it's people just don't like it because their kids literally become these like tablet zombies, I guess, or TV zombies because they just want to do nothing but watch Cocomelon. It immediately, like, as soon as it is on screen, as soon as they hear the jingle from Cocomelon, that is it. They do not blink watching this show.
I'm reading up like a Guardian article right now on this like Cocomelon Netflix show that's breaking like records of like, wow, it's gotten #1, like it's like on the top records for 61 consecutive days. It's because it's like hour-long compilations of nursery rhymes. And
Yeah.
oh, no wonder it's
No, John, literally put on a Cocomelon. Put on one Cocomelon. And just tell me, how quickly do these scenes flash before your eyes? Because every experience I've seen Cocomelon, they go so fast, and I understand why kids are just a little too stimulated by it. It's you just have to keep on drawing yourself to it. Like, the colors also, that's another thing. The colors are a little too fucking saturated. Which is, again, another reason why parents are now a little more forgiving of Baby Einstein, because nothing flashed too quick. The colors weren't too oversaturated. They were, in fact, just very, moody at times. It's supposed to just, relax your kid. This is not relaxing your kid. This is just the babysitter of your household.
Yeah.
What is this going?
It's up there.
I'm not gonna make it in time.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna make it. You might need to run back.
No, wait.
Yeah, those skulls will only sit there for all of, 3 seconds before they go back.
Oh, and you can't catch it and,
No.
Yeah. You know what? So, you know how, I've been looking into, I saw, this one video about, parenting in, cartoons. So, seeing how, generations have, evolved in, father figures in cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the examples they utilize this show called Bluey.
Bluey! I actually
I'm
really like Bluey, though.
And then I saw clips of the show, and I'm like, I actually kind of want to watch this now. This actually looks really cute.
Bluey, I'm pretty sure, was originally meant to be an adult show, but then they made it, for all families, so, your kids can watch it, adults can watch it, and everybody can relate to all the characters. So, depending on what your role is in the family, whether you're the dad, the mom, or the kids, you can relate to that character identified with you. It's really, really well done. I really do want to watch more of Bluey, because I've enjoyed my time watching what I have of it. It's fun.
No!
It's really fun.
What? No! It's so Haru!
Also, damn, Haru, that is so rough.
That was painful! No!
That's happened to me a few times. This one's a little ass. You have to be very careful about where you're landing on that roof of the barn or whatever.
What I did was, I jumped in the crate near the window, and then I went to the top of the fence to make it on top of the roof without having to go around and circle around. That's, the only way I was able to make it there before, the actual, skull. But, no, there was, a point where I was, I saw,
I'm waiting for it to return because I slipped off and grabbed onto the edge, and I'm not gonna make it there.
Are you still streaming, Haru?
Yeah.
I need to restart the Twitch stream again. On my end, because it's frozen.
What?
There we go.
Big baby. Pulling back.
But Bluey, when I saw the clips that they showed, I was actually legitimately wow, this made me laugh really hard. One of the scenes that they showed is oh, the dad is falls limp and forces the kids to kind of move him around the house, right? So they utilize creative things and just push him around, and I just thought that was really funny. We're off to the races. Will Haru actually make it in time, or will she drown? And she drowned.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get the speed record.
Oh wait, are you at...
No.
Where's the skull?
Back at spawn.
Come on, Haru, you can break the speed record.
Can I break the speed record? One day.
Speed Speed Racer!
I just also hope it snows soon so I can probably make some more money. Buy games that are needed for my collections.
We're off to the races! Haru's making it right behind in the contrails of the actual skull itself, and they're going on top of the river and making sure Haru doesn't fall off by going inside each barrel. It's going barrel by barrel and just making sure the skull has already passed by the actual fence itself, and Haru has just drowned itself! No!
That's rough.
And we're back again, restarting once again from the beginning.
Also, Bluey was originally pitched as like an R-rated Peppa Pig or something like South Park before he came to terms with it being like more of a family show.
Wait, just imagining like Bluey as a as an adult show feels wrong.
It does, but I mean, in some cases, it's, I guess, depending on the viewer, it can be an adult show and it can be a children's show. Depends on the viewer.
And 3, 2, 1. We're off to the races once again, and Haru is making sure that the skull is on the contrails of itself, and now the skull's on the river itself. Oh, there we go. Haru's made it to the first barrel, and oh, wow, she's actually gonna make it to the second barrel, and she made it. Now the skull is about to enter the fence, and oh, it passed through the fence itself, and now Haru's made it to the fence itself. So now, we're gonna see if Haru's able to make sure that she can actually make the jumps perfectly and precisely to make it on top of the oh, and she failed. Oh no!
Knocked herself dead.
Dead? Okay.
You know what? Sacrificing life is much faster than actually resetting, waiting for it to spawn back.
You know what? True. Speed strats.
I already hate this one so fucking much.
Wait, you're playing on this on the Xbox One?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can play like
Oh, wow.
Doritos Crash Course or something. Can you give myself a better pair? Betcha.
No, he ran with scissors and stabbed himself in the eye.
As it should be. Alright, kids, run around with scissors. Stab your eyes out.
You know, I never understood about running with the scissors, don't run with scissors, right, as a kid. Because I never understood why you shouldn't do that. But Voodoo Vince made a really good demonstration as to why you should do that, and you're dead.
I'm never gonna get it, so I'm gonna get a game over and have to run all the way over here. Again.
I've always been a little bit of a rebel, and I've definitely ran with scissors before, but I've never had an accident. Not to say do it, but if you're careful.
I didn't know you raised a you got a risk staker there.
Maybe I'm just built different.
You know, yeah, I am the troublemaker. I am the delinquent kid, and it's like he just jaywalked across the street. You scum.
I think I've met a person who can hurt themselves with running with scissors, but I'm not exactly too sure on that either.
Let's go!
I'm out of here.
Get out.
Free, Haru's free.
No, I'm dead. Nice.
Doesn't matter. You got you got the skull anyway. So wee.
No, I'm gonna. Laser go walk across the map. I call speedrunning. Here I am back at the start again. So you grab the final 2 things now.
With our powers combined, we are Captain Planet.
I didn't watch that show.
How are you holding up, Kurt?
Kurt? You okay?
I'm laying down.
Oh wow, wait a second.
You wouldn't have rockin' stoned anyway.
What? No, I'm
You would
laying
not
down.
have rockin' stoned.
No, I'm laying down because you're not rocking stone.
Oh, I see, I see, I see.
You guys can still rock and stone.
No, she won't.
That's fucked up.
That's what I'm saying.
Eepee.
Yeah, so am I. Rock and stone.
Rockin' stone.
Rock and stone.
To the bow.
We can rock and stone tomorrow.
That's lame.
What do you mean that's lame? We both had busy days.
Yeah, and then we could close it out with a rock and stone, but no.
Ooh. My girlfriend is tired from working and partying all day with a headache. And she won't fucking stone.
He won't rock and stone with me.
Speed
Well, that
run
was restful.
strats. Or are you fucking nutty?
Yeah. I didn't even realize it's like, oh, I have to take the vehicle around.
They probably made sure you couldn't do anything like that.
Hey Scarlet, have you actually like watched like speedruns of this game?
I have. I've tried doing those strats, but I probably just suck ass at them anyway. I just like trying to play the game fast as you should.
That'd be sweet. Get back to the boat.
All those speedrunning like strats are incredible though.
I just like to play the game as it was meant to be played.
Reminds me of like when I'm playing like Sonic Adventure, and I just recently watched the world record speedrun on Sonic Adventure. Like, oh, I am not that really good. I'm like, wow, I'm average at best for speedrunning.
I forget what the world record is for Voodoo and speedrun, at least playing it as like it normally should be played, not using any speedrun strats. I know that my quickest is 2 hours and a half, because you can't skip the cutscenes. I'm pretty sure it's probably around a 2-hour point though for the quickest. Not doing any speedrun strat.
So right now there's like there's like 2 categories. There's 3 categories with 2 like divisions. So 3 categories are 80%, 100%, and no out of bounds percent. And they're filtered between remastered and the original. Current world record on the remastered with no out of bounds 80%. I'd like to take a guess.
Probably around the 2-hour mark.
Actually, it's lower than that. It's 1 hour and 53 minutes.
Jesus.
3 seconds and 28 milliseconds.
Yeah, that's a hard one to achieve because again, you can't skip the cutscenes.
The grinder needs to be fed. Every snack you get
Original
creates a
though,
single
there's
portion
only
of food.
one record so far for no out of bounds on the original version of the game.
grinder, sausage maker,
It's
assortment of
2
cute
hours
animals.
and 14
This
minutes
could get
and 14
messy.
seconds.
Damn.
Yeah, no out of bounds is not like around that much, like that often.
Yeah, 2 hours and a half for me. That's my fastest right now.
Yeah. Current any percent world record on the game right now is 1 hour 29 minutes and 6 seconds about a year ago on the PC version of the remastered game, and 1 hour and 39 minutes and 46 seconds on the Xbox version of the game. And they specifically mentioned that it is running on a hard disk drive, which makes sense. It would run a lot faster, but you know that's not compatible with SSDs, so can't lower it. Although 100% is interesting because 100% in the game is around roughly the same amount of time that any percent and no out of bounds percent is running, which is like 2 hours. Yeah. Ah, yay! We're here with the tiny, like, pals!
This stage. Funny enough, this was really very odd to admit, but this is one of my favorite stages when I was younger, for some reason. But I think it was just because there was raccoons in here, and I was going through my very big raccoon phase. So as soon as I discovered I could pick up and hold a raccoon in this stage specifically, I was like, oh damn, this is awesome. There's a raccoon. And they were just my little guys. I'm pretty sure I just came here just to hold the guys in here. The replayability is to hold the little dudes.
I was like really like, oh, I'm just gonna like pick them up and try to make them carry it all the way over there.
I'm like, there's nothing. They fall down no matter what. Oh. I didn't realize this went. Alright, cool. Alright, so the raccoon, the other raccoon, I don't know, Jimmy.
The only beaver. I also remember when I was a kid, I thought that was a squirrel because he was wearing glasses.
Beaver's wearing glasses?
Yeah, the beaver's wearing glasses. I thought he was a squirrel.
Oh.
Again, because of the glasses, and I just identified squirrels with, like, owls and how they're, like, you know, smart, natured, like, animals. You know, back to school animals are always owls, squirrels, and whatever else. I was like, oh, he's wearing glasses, so that's a squirrel. That means he's smart and he goes to school and he's just a little boy. And it's just a beaver. And he's not smart. He's dumb, in fact. Look at him. He just fell into that thing that turned him into a little pepperoni.
Yum.
Would you eat a pepperoni that was made of raccoon, beaver, and rat?
Right.
Don't know if I would.
I should probably grab these before, so I know it's gonna kick me out.
Oh yeah, definitely get the collectibles before you make the sausage.
No, you guys have to look for now.
Nah, I think you'd be fine if you just put those two up there.
Well, the thing is, yeah, one of the machines is still pushing, so.
Yeah, I would worry as soon as that machine shows the number 1 instead of 2.
Yeah, so we get
Because I think he needs to spit 3 sausages into the thing to make 1 big sausage. One big
Sausage.
sausage.
Voodoo. It's...
You gotta do some hardcore parkour.
Oh. No. Oh.
You got this, Haru. You almost have it. You're almost parkouring.
I think she made it. Oh.
Oh no,
I
you didn't
jinxed
parkour
it.
hard
No,
enough.
I jinxed it.
Haru, you need to be more parkoury.
I don't want to go back to my Minecraft days.
Parkour more.
Parkour.
I hate those small, tiny ones.
Do it again.
Perhaps just walk on top of them without like just. No.
Yeah, try to walk on top of them, they say. These androids.
Yeah.
Time to kill some children.
Is that everything?
Yeah. And I can get to the final area or so.
Oh wait, just remember to like the switch.
I want you.
Okay, you know what? You had the same brain as me as a kid anyway. I only picked specific animals.
There's like, it's kind of one of each.
I didn't kill the raccoons. I only killed the beaver and the rat.
I think I threw rat up. No, I did not throw rat up. Anyways.
Rat up.
I don't even know why there's like two rats and 2 raccoons, but only 1 beaver. Why are we so discriminatory towards the beaver?
He's Canadian, bud. They got pushed back down. Where do you guys get pushed back down? Yeah, that's working. This is back on the way. Bye-bye. Oh, I think I've seen it. This is going backwards. You know what? Everybody gets a turn.
Beast.
No, Rat, come back, Rat. There we go.
Oh, nice save.
Only one survives.
Feel my insides!
Two.
The pain is unbelievable! My blood smells funny. Where are we going? This is fun!
Big sausage. Finally, leave this area. Yeah, we can.
It's
Looks mighty
over!
fine.
You
This
did
here's
it!
gonna be one
I think to the
gumball.
final area now.
You did a fine job, little monkey.
Monkey.
Let's just let that simmer for a while. How about you and me have a friendly
You're going
little
to the
swamp
most
boat race
fun
while we
part
wait?
of this
After that,
area.
I'll show you to the carnival.
Okay.
Okay, he just lied.
For some reason, I don't entirely trust this guy.
Yeah, that's the area that was completely blocked off earlier. I don't know what that could be, anyways.
Anyway, let's actually go. Oh.
Let's see what this is. Hopefully nothing bad.
No, it's genuinely the best part of the whole bayou.
Boat race! What? Nobody's in another boat.
It's an RC boat.
No.
Man, I am good.
I just like Mario
At
Kart.
least give me a good race.
I'm not gonna do this.
I'm gonna win. Give up now, little monkey.
There it is.
Oh, come on. At least give me a good race. I'm gonna win. Give up now, little monkey. Oh, come on. At least give me a good race.
How did I miss that?
Ooh-wee! You get the food now. I'm gonna win.
Come on. Yeah, I'm not gonna come into this.
Oh, come on. At least give me a good race. Give up now, little monkey. Ooh-wee! You get the food now.
The fuck am I reading? No way, this is not a real subreddit.
What?
Look out, monkey man.
I found a subreddit called Villagers' Rights from a Minecraft villager rights like protest Discord subreddit, and this shit's like fucking funny.
He fucking rammed me.
Wait, do you have this? No, I need to read this title right now. Official declaration on the rights of the villager. You can't make this shit up.
Ooh-wee! You get the food now. Give up now, little monkey. Oh, come on. At least give me a good race.
Sometimes I amaze me.
You can't beat me! Look out, monkey man! I'm just toying with you. Look at monkey man! Ooh-wee! You'll get the food now!
Yippee!
Ah,
That's how it's done. Yahoo!
I'm just toying with you.
I should be getting paid for this.
no!
Doesn't matter.
You can't beat me!
Oh, wait.
Get me out of here. I want to be more.
Ha! In your face, crawdad!
I think there was something wrong with my controller.
How's about
Wait,
we
he's
hit
supposed
up
to be
the
holding a
Carnival
controller
de
there?
Brave now?
Good news for you there.
Mm.
The carnival decided to come to you. I need to keep you busy for a bit, but now my friend is finally here. We meet again. Kind of to help Jimmy with his gum, but he was just on time for me to hatch my next spell. I think it will blow you away.
Great! What now? Giant crab? Giant dog? Maybe a giant carrot?
I really like those ideas. But no! It's a little tempest I like to call Hurricane Hannah! Hold on to your hat! It's going to get windy!
Can't imagine anything windier than you.
Fart joke.
Classic.
Yeah, classic.
Goodbye.
Hurricane Hannah! Let's go! Scarlet!
Hurricane Hannah!
Scarlet! She's
This
here!
dark, malevolent storm has been created by Cosmo. Avoid
Maybe
it
somebody's
before it
passed out.
hurts you.
No! Scarlet! No!
Oh, sorry, let's do that 3 times in a row. Neat.
Yay! Rule of threes.
Come on.
You got this.
Oh, it was right there. What the fuck?
Unfortunate.
There we go.
You did it. The evil has been defeated.
And finally hits the last area of the goddamn game.
You really gotta do it, Haru!
Jump time.
The Grim Reaper says hi.
There's a list. The carnival.
The fabled carnival.
I don't have much time, Vince. You are very close to Cosmo's center of power. He has me captive somewhere nearby. Just get through the midway. A great weight and a great noise are required here.
Hurry, you idiots! He's almost here!
I don't know, boss. He's real tiny. Can't we just kick him or something?
He's small, yes, but he has uncanny powers. I can't believe he beat that hurricane! Get it out!
Hey, boss, ain't you, you know, disembodied?
Oh, yeah! Oh, the pain! You two, get this thing to the big top! Everything must be ready when Madame Charmaine's little friend arrives.
The Grim Reaper says hi. I got the biscuits. We have some lovely parting gifts.
alive this time. Tastes like pickle.
Cosmo coins, no!
Cosmo coin. Ah, I can't believe Cosmo got a cryptocurrency.
Shut up. No. No.
I mean,
Cosmo's a dear good friend of ours.
that-
Not making it no currency. Cosmo, this guy Cosmo in Voodoo Vince, yeah, he would absolutely be into crypto.
the joke's just sitting there. I'd gladly make it anytime.
I smell tacos. Wants to be you. Try to keep me alive this time. Darn, still ugly. It's one of those bell ringy thingies. Too bad it's missing some pieces, or I could show off my awesome physique. Maybe I need something with a little more heft.
inscrutable! Roo, I tell you!
I am somewhere inside the big top. Osmo has sealed all the exits. Find a way to get inside. There is a hole in the ceiling of this large circus tent, but you will need to be high in the air to reach it. Find the generators and bring this derelict carnival to life.
This place doesn't seem very safe. House of really scary stuff. Ooh. Try to keep me alive this time. House of Mirrors, where ordinary people can be as good look as me. Alive again!
Let's go! We
So,
have
the
a
obligatory
fight
evil
where
twin.
you are playing against your doppelganger. So, remember how
I really
Scudder was
look that
talking
bad?
about, like, there's a part that you can grind out, like, part of the achievement?
Yeah, it's here because the enemy spawn.
Yeah, they infinitely respawn.
It's right here. Welcome in, Ruby. Good thing. Nope, that's not gonna do it.
Lucky for me, he looks better than he fights. Beats collecting lint.
Drink, yeah. We have a drink first. Pause again, make some drink. Yeah, no. That happens. Wah.
Time for a dirt nap.
Oh. Crap time. Maybe Mike's audio properties. Okay, it's Snowball. It should be working.
Next. Ew, dead monster smell.
Yeah. Oh. Crap.
Could have been friends. Sorry, pal. There just
Evil
isn't
Voodoo
room in the
Miss is
world
now
for two
dead.
handsome devils like us.
Probably kick me out. He is gonna be on stage. I know it. I want to be in the stage, not out. We're gonna
At
back
least
in.
the lights are on now.
Back at it again with the crime.
Yeah, I'm almost in this area. It's the ones on the other end.
The Grim Reaper says hi.
That's the way plan. That is death. And that's a game over. I have 3 more. Oh.
Alive again.
I can finally get out of here. One. Right. And back out I go. Spooky house. Oh. Oh.
Everyone's a winner. Come and get it.
We.
There you go. Oh. Yep, that hurt. My kidney. Nice to be back.
That doesn't take a good while. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
There we go. I'm out of here.
Cool. Time to go for a ride.
I go. Meow. I don't think I've gone this way yet. Huh. Oh, come on.
Hey, recycling really works.
Oh, come on.
Nice to be back.
Like up here. Missed one? I wish I was. Blowing this so hard. I mean, kind of. Where is the train? There we go. Yeah, it's from one of the carousel things. The cat one over there. Oh, I missed that one. Take me back. That's that. I'm almost done this game. Go back to the previous part. Grab the one thing I'm missing. Pooch. In the salon.
Reincarnation.
That means I'm out of my stuff. Where I think I have all the zombie dust now.
Time for bedtime. I hope you enjoy the finale of Voodoo, but I almost said Psychonauts. I'm tired.
I mean, close enough.
True! You know what? True. Hope you beat it though, Haru.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna throw the others into the towers. I think they're both asleep.
Yeah, they're both asleep. I lasted second longest. Is this fun proves that I was awake at this hour. Anyway, I'm gonna get some rest.
Alright, good night.
Ah!
It's just me and the endless goddamn fucking game. Well, no! Yeah, baby! I can never die. Well, until I do. Place. Whamp. Ugh. Oh. Ah. Cosmo we go. Or not.
Cosmo, Cosmo, Cosmo. Is that measly box the best you can do?
No. I have something a lot more impressive in mind. Behold, the Cosmo Box!
Let me out of here!
Courage, Vince. You can crush this machine.
Me? Look, boss lady, that thing's huge!
Your powers are stronger than you know. Just look for your openings and move quickly.
Okay. Enough chit-chat, you two. How about a little dance? I only know a few steps, but I call it the flatly annoying little voodoo doll.
Let's party.
Oh.
Good thing I'm wash and wear. I'm flying! I'm flying! I'm flying!
Bullseye. No. Probably this high school. Yep.
works. I'm flying! I'm flying!
No. Fuck. This stage.
Darn, still ugly.
Oh.
Nice to be back.
I'm not done yet. Come on, let it be. Yes. Oh.
The Grim Reaper says hi.
What? Hi, cat. It,
Hey! Yeah! Who rules? Me! Vince! Vince rules! Did I forget something? Oh, crap! Charmaine! Boss! Nice to see you're in one piece.
Yes. Next time, perhaps, you can get me out of the robot before you destroy it!
Next time?
This isn't over yet, Charmaine!
That's Madam Charmaine, you ignoramus.
I have one last bit of zombie dust. I still possess the power supreme. Behold!
Stop that! Silly man! So you're the big wizard. How you like to see some real magic?
Real magic?
Boss, I think she's kind of mad.
She's bluffing. She has no powers. The zombie dust is all gone.
It's true. I have no dust. But Vince does. May I borrow some?
Sure thing, boss. I always knew he was an airhead.
What happened? Why do you guys look so funny?
We're balloons.
Vince?
Now this will be fun.
What? How are you?
Now, let's go home.
Sounds good. Say, boss, I'm curious. If you're so powerful, why do we live in that rundown old hovel? Why not conjure up a mansion or a private yacht?
It doesn't work like that. Didn't you learn anything from all this?
I just know that somebody gets their own room while I sleep in a desk.
That's just how things are, Vince.
I'd also like to bring up the potentially touchy subject of my other eye. Granted, I realize this isn't as important to some people as it is to me, but when you get into the area of depth perception, it's just a little bit
Vince the Voodoo Doll, a phenomenon known to just a few. That Voodoo Doll, he jumped out of some wacky magic brew, and that's not all. Things are getting so strange since he came round. A hoodoo brawl, there's a mystery taking over town. He's just a little fella made of burlap and thread. He looks a little funny with those pins in his head. His cause and effect isn't really correct, but he still fills the bad guys with dread. Vince the Voodoo Doll, you're gonna feel full when he has lunch. A voodoo doll, you're gonna feel bad when he goes crunch against the wall. And if you should slip, you're gonna take a voodoo fall. He's a hero who's just 10 inches tall. Vince the Voodoo Doll.
I want to leave. I'm trying to find somebody to raid. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do this person just because we're playing Pokemon, and we know how I am with Pokemon ending. And thank you, what that joined or whatnot. We beat Voodoo Vince.